Like, yeah, the goddamn internet decided to switch to 3G all of the fucking sudden. Why? Nobody fucking knows why. And my stupid laundry machine is unbalanced. Machine is unbalanced. Machine is unbalanced. Machine is unbalanced. Alright, anyway. I guess that's what all these fucking warnings were from up here. Now you want me to go look at each one of these? Fine. The hell was asking? I'll look at a couple of these. Nope. Nope. I'm not going to look through 20 things. Whatever. Oh, that's like their intro thing. Okay. Hopefully I don't get downvoted for this. Oh, now I'm not human, am I? Fuck off. Your first question was published. Now you get downvoted. Yeah, I don't know. I think maybe I'll figure it out and answer my own fucking question. That's usually what happens. I figured I'd try asking some questions. Somebody's probably gonna like link me to the fucking documentation. Tell me that my question's already been asked or answered. I just have negative experiences with that site. People are not very friendly. They're just usually mean. They want to tell you how little you know. really wonder. Fucking shoulder. 74. Great. It's counting the upload as part of the usage. That's ridiculous. I guess I won't be able to stream. I have to wait. Probably gonna run out of internet, and then after the 15th, I'll be able to stream. It really sucks, but I don't want to pay any money for this crap. I can't believe there's not like a unlimited version of this. I mean, like, I have been streaming for like 4 hours at like a ridiculous bit rate. And there's gotta be a way to. I don't want to like CD in one of these commands. Like, I guess I could. It's like that's basically the answer, isn't it? It shouldn't have to CD. There should be some fucking config setting that tells you the fucking directory. Maybe I should look for. This is what I should have searched. Man, Google search is sucking. It's because I turned off all that personalization shit. We should turn those back on. Oh, this is probably it. Search history. Why did I turn this off? Turn this off in this. Oh, because of this shit. Oh, I turned this off. Huh? That's why Google's been sucking. Okay. And closed. Marked as resolved. I hate it when people do this with issues. Like, they didn't resolve anything, and they mark it as closed and resolved. But it wasn't. No such thing happened. Like, seriously. Alright, well, time to stuff that I'm not supposed to eat. Rest and fuck my diet. I don't care. Like, I seriously, I have no discipline recently. Is this my question? Ha! My question comes up as a result to my query. Wow. I guess it was a good question because it didn't exist earlier. It's probably just going to end up never being answered. Nobody fucking knows. Or like I'll answer it myself. I've changed the music. This is a fucking badass playlist. Like I've read this page at least 2-3 times already. Like this seriously reminds me when I eat junk food like this of the detective in Death Note. He just like eats wheat and then tons of shit. Supposedly, but he's still really skinny, which is not the case, or like it won't be very soon. Well, all this food was bought with code, so I must have been doing something right for a little bit anyway. Really, caching is only a thing since NX17. That's retarded. I thought the entire point of NX was caching. no, there is a... This is what the fuck I was looking for. There we go. NX environment variables. I searched for this, and this page did not come, which is annoying as well. There we go. But how the hell would I even load these? Oh, cool, you can set this. Because look, I use NX to start the thing, so how the hell would I load environment variables before NX? Like, NX starts it. Oh, there's a section about define environment variables. Oh, it just looks for a .env file. Wait, I don't have to do anything. Right. It just looks. Okay, so I basically can set any of these environment variables by putting them in env. That's cool. Why don't I do that? I mean, I'm eventually going to need a .env file anyway. How many hours have I been streaming? Holy shit, it's like 19 o'clock, 5 hours. And like nobody tuned in this entire time. Wow. Because I said something about hot naked women, and the person was like, how dare you? I must leave. Let's see. Well, these should be on too. And let's turn on my X-ray mode. X-ray mode so I can see shit. Man, it would be nice if this was like slightly. Where was the config for this? It was Icon. Toggle PyCom. Yeah, but PyCom has a config somewhere. That's when I was developing it. I mistyped that. This guy has not stopped talking for like the last 3 hours. It's insane. I guess it's in .config. Like where else would it be? I thought it might have been in Etsy. Um, Active opacity. I don't remember exactly. Oops. Use these to 7. Okay. How about 9? I think I remember messing with this and. No, I don't even have to reload it. That's. Yeah, I can't really see it. I think 8 was the default. I just that. Yeah, I can kind of read it now. Change these back to 8. I really wish it would update in the background. Oh, but then this gets kind of crazy, huh? Definitely good for that. Yeah, whatever. Probably make some vegetables. Like some chicken or something. I don't really know what to. Like switch to tea instead of this shit. I'll check on my laundry again. It's arguably slightly less comfortable without the lower back cushion thing. And so I can't sit for as long, but whatever. I was gonna enable one of these options, but I don't remember which one. Seriously? Now we're back to this? Oh, just because of that. Wow. Oh, okay, well, that gave me verbose. What? Wait. Wait, but this didn't. Hold on, hold on. It didn't do shit. So the same command tells you to use verbose, you give it verbose, and it doesn't do anything. You people must have never tested. Oh, now I get the actual error. Jesus. Right. Whatever. I hate how it clears the screen. Isn't there like a way for me to set like the current working directory or something? Set the default project. Inix prefer TS node. Alright, let's set this. I think that's it. These are all the things I can set. I think we'll set the default project to server. That should be good. So now when I don't even know if I have can't see what's happening. Yeah, but this is really a. I think I even asked the wrong question. Like, how do I? No, I didn't. Um, points at the root. Points at the root of the source code for the single project or default. Yeah, well, this was part of the Nest CLI configuration file. Maybe I can just set like an environment variable. If I set like PWD or something, or add something to path. It's like, what if I add source server to path? Hmm. There's some fucking secrets in here. Great. Wait, don't store secrets in environment variables. Can you use a vault instead of environment variables? Because you could accidentally type it and then be broadcasting and then upload it to YouTube and then fuck. Whatever, nobody cares about my public key. Like, it's a public key, whatever. And this is a thing, LC telephone. An underscore is easier than env. Also didn't know that. Maybe I should just add it to path. I had a set file path, and that's kind of what I was going for. Yeah, it didn't really. The hell is this? Yeah. It's like egghead for larval. Yeah, interesting. Yeah, it's like egghead, I guess. Yeah, they don't really have much. That's not that. Egghead is definitely better. Damn it. Not EMV in real. Nah. Like, I don't even remember my problem by now. It's been like way too long. How can I not give you a fucking directory? Like, I don't want to have to re-edit the file. Like, maybe I just, in this specific thing, I point it to. I don't know. This seems like a stupid solution. Man, I won't format this file. It's really annoying. That ran the wrong command. Wait, what the fuck? Why is this running the wrong command? Run nx dev server. What about all these options? What? Is there like a separate options object that I have to pass in? Oh, of course there is. Maybe that's why it wasn't working. Or having no effect. I did not pass in options object. Um, okay. No. It's reading. Ah, right. So none of the options that I provide here are given to this command. Like, how am I finding every possible wrong way to use this? I mean, damn! Like, really? Like, it's an impressive amount. Like, wrong ways to do it. Like everything you try, fucking wrong. So annoying. It still failed. So even though this time I meant yeah, it doesn't really work, does it? And technically watch should be in options. So the generator didn't do this correctly. Just for some fucking like really, like you guys didn't think of all these other fucking ways this could have been ran. Like there's only one way to run your stupid fucking new shiny command. Your fucking shiny new fucking command. Seriously. Shit. What this is. Giant fucking pile of flaming shit. Right, no such file or directory. Yeah, so yeah, but if I run it from this directory, oh, wait a minute. It runs the same thing. Is it? No such file or directory. Oh, it is consistent. Thank God for that. And it's so annoying. I'm vaping fucking alcohol. Letting something dry. There's like so much ethanol evaporating. I fucking smell it. Okay, so telling me that this totally ignores the config file, which clearly tells it use the tsconfig.json in this folder. Okay, so maybe it's not ignoring it. Where's skip libcheck? All right, let's turn on skip libcheck. Let's see if. Okay. Now, as an extra stab in the back, your terminal suddenly stops responding. It stops responding and also cuts letters off. Nope. Totally ignores it. Totally ignores it. It's like not even using the tsconfig.json. Even though we use this config. Even though we say exclude client, it still includes client. Oh. Persistent little fucking shit, isn't it? Like, no, that way of doing it also doesn't work because the moron developer who did this only made one fucking way work. Thanks, genius, for your shiny, new, greatest, best thing ever that sucks my balls. Son of a bitch. Fucking waste of time is what this guy has produced. A fucking waste of time. Can't get my server code to not compile my client. How shitty your stupid fucking NX style of shit is. Oh, it's so great. It caches, makes things fast. Oh, shit. But at least the options object works. How do you tell it? How do you tell it to use the damn TypeScript compiler? Okay then. Like literally, I'm hitting every roadblock along the every possible roadblock. It's an insane how not like initial user friendly this thing is. It's like not made for. It's like made for like people who know how to use it. It's not made for people who've never used it. Like with that in mind, they didn't even think. They just wrote. They wrote and they wrote It was feature, ticket, sprint, pile of shit is what happened. That's how this project was made. And then marketing. This is the greatest caching blah 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 thing ever. Load of horse. Like if I can find this many incorrect ways to configure it, it's a pile of shit. Like all of these ways of configuring it should have already worked like 5 hours ago. But no. Because, ladies and gentlemen, it is one of those days where the universe is like, you will not move past this problem today. It doesn't matter how much energy or effort you've put in, because no reason given. Because that's how, hello, there's another person. Wow, another person. I was just bitching about how shitty this tool I'm trying to learn is. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, you probably don't want to tune into this. I've been working on the same thing for like 5 hours and I'm not getting anywhere. So it'll probably bore you to death. And it will be painful to watch. So I recommend you join another person's channel. This is one of those days where nothing works no matter what you do. Why the hell? I give it the damn option. I tell it to use the config file, and it just ignores me. Like straight up, like a fucking bitch from Tinder. Just fucking ignores me. Son of a bitch. NX server, NX dev server, dev. Start, true, exclude, doesn't give a fuck. Runs it anyway. Yeah. Oh, good, you took my recommendation. Of course, you took my recommendation. So there's no way to make it change. These are valid options. You're telling me these options do nothing? Like, no way. Like, why would you provide these options? Pass to the configuration file. Does nothing. Pass to the tsconfig file. Like, okay, even though the tsconfig file is defined, even though it's defined in the CLI, let's define it one more time. just because it's ignoring. Nope, did not skip lib check. Like, see, it says path tsconfig JSON. Totally ignores it. Okay, how about path? Oh, you mother. I don't know what extension option that I turned on. It like automatically does braces or something. It's so annoying. Just overwrite shit. Gotta alphabetize these. This on. Oh, come on. Now it's like, well, I have to restart in the middle. Like, God. Pile of shit. Absolute fucking pile of shit. I gotta pop up another pop up in my face to make me even angrier than I already am. Fuck my life. Makes me depressed. Forgot what I was doing. Like every time I get angry, I forget. I can't remember what I was doing. Like clears my mind. Then makes me go to sleep. I'm sure that's like a symptom of some fucking disease or something. Here's the thing that like I don't see it. Maybe it's a extension. I don't know. I'm gonna run out of energy. Like it just exhausts me with time. It makes it impossible. Like, it just takes so long. I just give up just from like staying awake for too long. And then nothing gets done because nothing can get done because it's one of those fucking days where nothing gets done. And it's like the stupidest problem. And like you've tried every possible way, and every way is not supported except the right way, which you don't know yet. It's just like part of the fucking thing. There's no way around it. There's absolutely no way around it. But like, why would it ignore? And then like, you run it in the directory. Post on unrecoverable config file diagnostic is not a function. Oh, fuck you. Because I didn't complete the path, you threw an error which has nothing to do with anything. Jesus Christ. The fucking cesspool of shit this thing is. Like Windows 95 API is not as fucking shitty as this pile of shiny new shit. This is worse than the biggest legacy app I've ever fucking used. Oh, it's new. Yeah, whatever. Giant pile of shit. Oh, when I give you a command line switch for the tsconfig file, you don't ignore it. Really? Jesus Christ. But when it's defined inside the CLI config file, you're supposed to read like, nah, we'll just ignore it. Like, why don't you file an issue or a bug with us? So then we can, like, casually tell you 2 months later that issue is closed, no more comments allowed, it's resolved, even though we did nothing. Fuck my life. Same fucking shit. Right, so that's the fucking way to do it. Fucking 5 hours later, now it reads the tsconfig file. Jesus Christ. Like, wow. What a fucking lame ass pile of shit this is. Anyway. Yeah, this file, totally fucking ignored. Wow. Absolutely, like this thing, totally fucking ignored. Unless dot also is resolved to, you guessed it, let me guess why this doesn't work. Because dot is also resolved to the base path. Son of a bitch. So wait. So had I done this 5 fucking hours ago, then this would have worked. There you go. Motherfucker. That's why. And now you turn it back off, and it totally fucking ignores you, and 49 errors. Yup. At least I know what the fuck caused it. Because dot resolves to the root path and not the project. Motherfucker. Dot is not dot. Dot is dot slash dot. Son of a bitch. It's also unnecessary. Well, at least I figured out what it was. Yeah. And that's what you get paid for, knowing shit like that. Unable to resolve signature of class decorator. Guess what? This is probably a setting in config JSON. Yeah, what do I need to excuse myself? I need to excuse myself. Do we even need experimental decorators? Okay, so now we get no errors. But we don't know where the main method is. Okay. Another setting. Yeah, so this is why this was totally being ignored. So now, hopefully this is the last time I need to do this. Now I should be able to delete these created JSON files. Honestly, that should be part of a clean script or whatever, but whatever. See, couldn't solve the problem without getting angry. Not good. 0 errors. Don't know where main is. Okay. Better than 5 errors ago. Where do I define main? Somewhere in this. Incremental. Let's add that. Outdir. Let's add that. Ah. Wait. I add outdir. I take outdir away. Can't find main. Oh, can't find dist main. Oh, wait. That means main is defined, and it's missing dist, which is defined by outdir, which is why they just worked. What is looking for dist main? This? Internal module loader. Internal module loader. Okay, I definitely made this, which is from the incremental flow. Learned that earlier. But what is actually, what's the thing that's trying to load that? it nest start? Where start command is nest start. Start prod is dist main, which is why I would be looking in main. Why would it be running? This is why I like it. Like, now I really know what the fuck is going on. I knew if true, whenever the compiler is invoked, it will first remove the compilation output where the default isn't /dist as configured in ts-json. But like, it didn't remove. Points at the root of this source code. Okay. What else can I add? Manual restart. I think my laundry's done. 1 second. Some of these red peppers. Fucking good. Minutes. So I should have just like put a bunch of fucking chicken in there too. That. Why the hell not? One, there's two. And $27. That's how easy dinner is. Buy a bunch of fucking chicken. Butcher shop. And 27 minutes and you got dinner. Frozen. Bam, bam, done. It satisfies desire for shit. Hopefully you guys still can't hear that. This magic noise cancellation. Yep. I can't even find it. Okay, here's the definition. Oh shit, I'm supposed to app type. Fuck. That's why it wasn't working, because I didn't set this either. Source fruit, but not. Oh, guess what? The default schema that got pulled down did not include. We do that. That is what it refers Default project is defined by the root property. And then after I solve the problem, I find the fucking thing. Okay, so if I add a project to the structure, I automatically create a monorepo, which that's good to know. And apps. Yeah, but consider the root of the source code for the single project in standard mode, or the default project in mode. Pretty well defined. Root is monorepo only. Ah, that's why I didn't get it. This config path is monorepo only. Huh. I like worked. Yeah, I don't know. This is how this should be played out, but that's how it is for now. So that's going to get much harder to change. Um, I realized I hadn't even turned on my camera. entry file as start defaults to me. This is why it's looking for me. But it's looking for dist main. So I define projects if I'm a monorepo. I mean, I am. I'm using NX, so. Yeah, I'm really starting to feel all the sugar. I just realized the peppers are going to be in there for way too long. Okay. I think we need. So this can be solved with NX. This is for this. It first needs to run build. Defined exactly what NX. So it first needs to run build. Is nest build. Actually, I don't think I need these options. Or do I? Never mind. Definitely need them. They're definitely necessary. There was a way to. I know there's a way to do target defaults. It doesn't really apply to both. Whatever, we'll deal with that later. Need to eventually commit something. we need to run, because if I run npx build, then I should get a dist folder. I think. Oh, I need to add these options. So clearly it would be nice to have these. There's an NX way to do this. I don't remember that. This should create a dist folder. Oh, of course it is, because I'm not running. If I do just build, it'll use default project, which is defined in env. Should do it right. Unknown option X. Okay. And now I should. I did not get. Ah, yes, I did not. Define. Fuck. I got all of these. And I got all of these again. That. I think if I define the dist folder, it will stop doing that. I do a build. this create them? No, because this is looking for output for build. Maybe that was just some intermediate state, but I have a feeling it wasn't. Anyway, let's see. Now I should get a dist folder. There it is. Okay. So then I should be able to run this. There we fucking go. Hallelujah. Say remove comments, source map. Decorator. Whatever the slightly crisper is. not write file because it would overwrite input. Okay, but I thought that and here we say delete outer. Whenever the compiler is invoked, it will remove the compilation output directory. But it didn't. That's my mistake. Because I haven't defined the no, that's not their mistake. That's definitely my mistake because I need to define how these are related. Okay, so now we're gonna go watch Yuri. Enough music. Let's go watch Yuri. Talk about this stuff. So I needed to mute myself. I'll probably forget to unmute myself.
The easiest way to create and configure a new NX workspace is to use its create NX workspace npm package. And so we can conveniently just use npx create NX workspace, and then we have to give that workspace a specific name. Now, usually the name is something more generic, like the name of your organization, or the name that best describes the set of applications you're gonna host in that NX workspace. So in our case, let's just call it NX backend. During the installation, you get a variety of setup options. For instance, if you already know you're gonna host mostly Angular applications, then probably the Angular preset is best for you. Otherwise, you can also choose something like React or even a React Express combination. And the goal here is simply to pre-set up your workspace that it best fits your needs and such that you can get started as fast as possible. Now, since I would like to walk you through every single step, I'm going with the empty workspace. Also, since I'm not going to create an Angular application here, I'm choosing the more generic NX CLI. That doesn't prevent me though from adding an Angular application later on. A final option we get presented here is whether we want to opt into the free tier of NX Cloud. Now, NX is fully open source, and NX Cloud is kind of the commercial plugin around NX. NX has a computational cache, which allows you to speed up things. And with NX Cloud, you can actually distribute that cache among your coworkers or within your entire organization. Now, since this is a free tier, let's definitely opt in here. So once installation finishes, let's open up the new workspace in Visual Studio Code. So here inside Visual Studio Code, you can already see the layout of our new empty NX workspace. You can see there is an apps folder, which will contain all of the applications we want to host inside here. And there is also a libs folder. Now, libraries in an NX workspace is usually where most of the code lives, and applications simply link to those libraries and reuse it. So a library inside here is not necessarily meant to be published on NPM, but it's rather something you can reuse inside an app up here. Another particularity is that you have one single node modules folder for your entire workspace. And as a result, basically all of the packages get registered here in this global package JSON, and all applications will use the same version of a specific package. So you will only have one version of React for all of your apps, one version of a certain NPM package. That allows, first of all, to make upgrading much easier because you have one version to upgrade to. And you can, at the same time, having a monorepo verify that all of your applications tests still pass, they all compile and work as you expect. Moreover, you don't run into conflicts where you share a library between applications that might use different versions of React. You also see here a workspace JSON, and the workspace JSON doesn't contain much yet because we didn't generate any projects or libraries, but it basically contains all of the configuration of your project and allows you to make some adjustments in how the project is being built, where the build artifacts are being placed, and much more. Finally, there's add-nestjs-api. add-nestjs-api contains the configuration of your workspace. It contains, for instance, things like the npm scope that we will be using for importing our libraries. It contains something like the default branch and also things like task runners, which are the ones basically that run all of your CLI commands. In this case, for instance, we opted into NX Cloud, and so you will see the runner here is now our NX Cloud, but it might definitely differ based on whether you opted in or not. So here we have a new empty NX workspace. And in order to get started with it, we definitely want to generate a new application. And so I'm opening up here my terminal within Visual Studio Code. And if I type just NX, which is basically the command line tool for the NX workspace, it won't find the command. Now, the reason is that I didn't install NX CLI globally. Now, I definitely could do that by just doing npm install add-narwhal CLI -g. But usually what I do is either just use npx nx, which will use the local version here, which is already installed in our workspace, or since I'm using yarn, I'm using yarn nx. And so the first command I'm going to explore here is the nx list command. The nx list command gives us all the options we have within our NX workspace. So for instance, you can see that we have the narwhal workspace installed right now. So there isn't a lot installed at the moment, but that's mainly because the workspace is empty. But we also have a variety of options to go with. Like we can go with an Angular application, with Nest or Next, even create a Node application, so backend application. But in our case, we definitely want to go with React. By the way, there are also community plugins, which is a growing list. You can see, for instance, also Vue support or support for Ionic React and a variety of other things. For now, let's explore the React ecosystem. So I'm adding the React package, and so I do yarn add narwhal React. So once we install the React support, we can go and explore whatever the React package provides us. And so again, we can use yarn nx list, but this time we will add here narwhal React. And so now here you can see basically the different possibilities we have. Like we can initialize the narwhal React plugin. This is usually done implicitly whenever we use one of the other commands. So we can generate a new application, we can generate a new library, we can generate components or like a Redux store. There's also support for Storybook, which is really convenient for developing shared UI libraries. And finally, there's also a Storybook and Cypress integration, such that it can automatically generate some Cypress specs for your Storybook setup. Now, since we want to generate an application, we will go with this application schematic. Schematic, by the way, is just another word for a generator or automation script. So in order to generate a new application, the syntax is basically always yarn nx, then you write generate, or you can even like use the shortcut G. You prefix the package, which is responsible for generating it. So in this case, it's narwhal React, and then the target which you want to generate. And so in our case, it's application. Again, you can do --help to get all the options now for this specific automation script. And so you can see like we provided a name. We can provide it optionally also a directory where we want to generate it, the type of styling we want to use, like where we want to use, for instance, inline styles or Sass files, where we want to configure routing and a variety of other options. So let's try out that command. Let's use yarn nx generate add-narwhal React application. And since we want to kind of generate and create a store application, let's use store as the name. Now, an important hint here is that you can always use that --dry run command to just see what would be generated whenever we run that command without actually affecting our workspace. So I can use --dry run and it will guide me through the various steps as if I would go and generate it. So in this case, I can say I would like to use Sass for my styling. Yeah, I would use the React router. And now you can see basically it lists all of the files that will be created for me, as well as which files will be updated. But since we were using dry run, nothing actually changed. So in order to effectively create our application, let's remove the dry run and execute the command again. Again, we use Sass for our styling, and we install also React Router. So once the installation finishes, we can see we get here a new application being generated. So here we have our store application, which is a React app. It has already an app component in here with some example code and a couple of more configuration files here. Interestingly, also an end-to-end test got automatically generated that uses Cypress for testing our store application. And furthermore, we have already an ESLint setup now that is able to lint our application and workspace in general, as well as some Babel and Jest configs. You can also see that the NX.json got modified. So if we scroll down, we now see here the projects that are being present in our workspace are listed in that project section. So we have the store again, the store end-to-end test, as well as in the workspace JSON, we can see a new entry into the project object here, which is our store with its corresponding configuration. So in an NX workspace, what you usually do is use your command line to generate new things. So just for generating a new React application, you just write NX generate, add our React application, give it a name, and then run the command. Now, this is very useful, especially for repeating the command. So in our mono repo, we now have two different applications. We have our store application, and we have now that API, which we just added. Now, in order to get both running, we actually have to create two different terminals here. So first of all, we execute our API with api.serve. Now we can split here our shell in Visual Studio Code and then nx run store.serve. And so now we have both applications running. If we open up our front-end application, we can now, via that proxy that was generated, access our games through our backend application that is running in the background. Now, always having to run two different terminals can be kind of cumbersome, also because like most of the time you will need both of them in order to properly be able to develop. And so there are different possibilities to actually run both of them simultaneously. First of all, you can use the run many commands. And so NX supports a command that is run many, which allows you to give it the target. And you can say like serve, because like we want to serve both of the applications. And then it has a projects flag where we can pass multiple projects separated by comma. And so in this case, it would be API, comma, store. And then there's an important part which you have to add, which is. So the real power of NX comes when you have to scale your development across different teams and across different applications. And so NX is actually designed to work in larger monorepos where you have most of your applications or a subset of correlated applications within the same workspace. Now, scaling an application development simply means splitting it up in different libraries. And so in a typical workspace, what you see is that the applications are very thin layers that mostly just bundle code that lives down in that libraries folder. So an application is actually just kind of a linker that links together a variety of libraries that live in that libs folder. And so usually a rule of thumb is that you will have like 20% code up here and about 80% code down here. And so let's try to explore this concept with our simple application by generating a new library that hosts the top header bar here for our application. So to generate a new library, we again use the command line and we use nx generate, add our React again, but this time we don't use application, but we use rather lib for library. So the name of our library is UI shared, and we generate it inside a directory store inside that libs folder. Because the intention of this library is that it hosts all shared UI components for our store application. So again, at the first time, let's just do a dry run to see whether the code that's being generated is what we expect. So we see like we get inside the libs folder, a store folder with the UI shared library. So let's remove the dry run and actually generate. As you now see here in that lib folder, you get a new store folder and a UI shared folder, which then hosts our library. It already created a component for us, which is kind of a placeholder, and that got also exported, but we don't actually need this component and rather want to generate a new component for us. And so to generate our new component, we again use yarn nx generate, add normal React. This time we use component, and we use header as the name of our component. And we want also to say that it should be generated inside our project, which is named store UI shared. Now the name of the project here is a combination of the folder path, which we have here in that libs folder. You can also, just to be sure, go to the workspace JSON And if you go to the project node here, you can see that we have the names of our applications in here. So we have basically store, which is an application sitting in the apps folder. We have store end-to-end, which is recording end-to-end test. And then we have our library project, which we just generated before. And the name there is store UI shared. And so if we hit enter, it's going to ask us whether we want to export that component, and we definitely want that because it's something that we want to reuse in our application and not something that is internal to our library. And so finally, what we get here is we get a new header folder that hosts our header component, and it also gets exported in our index.ts file. So let's implement our header component. I'm just going to copy over some setup, which uses some of the material components from Material UI core. And then finally, we are ready to actually reuse that component in our app. So all of the libraries that get generated are exposed as a path mapping over that tsconfig file down here. So you can see initially we specified our workspace name, which will be used kind of as your npm scope within that workspace. And so we can import our library via that path mapping. So if you go up here into our application component, we can go to the very top and actually import our header component from that new path which just got generated. And we can import here our header. Finally, in order to use the header, we need to wrap that whole part down here with a fragment, which we can do like this, and add our header at the very top here. So now let's save and restart our project. And if we go to our browser again and refresh, we can see that our header gets visualized at the very top here. We might want to make some style adjustments, which we can do here in our global styles file and say something like body margin 0, padding 0. And if you go back, it looks already much nicer and cleaner. So right now in our NX monorepo, we have an application, which is the store application. And we also got a small library here, which is the UI shared, which contains a header component, which is imported by store at the moment. So the application looks pretty solid. You can see here that header component at the very top and a couple of games that are being visualized here in a card. There is one thing that is a bit strange, which is that rating, which seems like not being formatted in a proper way. So in order to explore that, let's create a new library, which is kind of a utility library, which will contain our formatter. And that library will be a pure TypeScript library. So we don't need any React functionality in there. We don't need a React component. And so we'll just create a plain TypeScript library. So again, we use yarn nx generate at narwhal. And before, like we had like in our React for generating a React library. Now we'll change that React with simply in our workspace. And we give that library a name. Let's say util formatters. And let's also specify directory. So we want to have that bundled under that store here. We could have it like shared for the entire workspace, but right now let's just keep it for store. And so in terms of organization, we want to have it nicely grouped inside a small folder. And so again, let's use directory equals store. And again, I'm using the dry run just to see whether my command is right. And so what we will get here is we get slips story. And you can see already I made a small typo here. It should be store. And so we get like libs store and the util formatters library folder with an encoding code in there. So let's go for it. It looks like what we actually want. So now inside that store folder, we also have that utils formatters. So let's implement here our code. That's actually pretty simple. So here we have already store. So right now our application consists of that store app as well as the API. And currently we actually fetch these game examples from our API, which lives at localhost 4200 API games. Now for the detailed pages, as you can see, they are pretty poor right now. So they just show the actual title, which is being read directly from the URL. Now what we want to do is we can actually use that URL to fetch the detail of the game. And so we can basically here pass in the actual ID, and then we'll get the actual detail of that single game. So let's incorporate that in the detail view and make it a bit more rich. So let's open up our libraries folder, store feature game detail, and go to the actual component. Now again, here we will import the use effect and use state from React. And similar to what I've done in the actual app component, I'm not gonna go too much into the details of the implementation of the actual API fetch, because that's not really the point of our video course here. So what happens here is I'm using again a state that shows basically the difference between success, error, and loading. And then in the use effect, I'm fetching the API games by using the actual game ID that comes from the URL. Further down in our rendering area, we can now render these cards here based on where the data has come from the server. And so when basically we have a loading state, we just show that loading ... We handle the error case with just showing a div with an error message. Whenever the data is present, we can actually then render this card here. We need to make sure to close here the parentheses again. Let's reformat it with prettier, and let's also add some more content in here rather than just the ID. So first of all, we can actually show the image, and for that purpose, we have to import that card media. So let's directly import that here from Material UI. And in the actual content area here, let's also add the actual name rather than the ID. So again, our web server runs behind the scenes. So if we go back and refresh here, we can see that actual game below here refreshes properly. Now let's do another thing and add also that rating. So if we go back to our detail, let's just directly add it below the name. So I'm copying here in a piece of code that actually takes the rating from the data and visualizes it. Now if I go back and refresh, we see that we still are missing the actual formatting, which we have up here. And so since our formatting lives in a shared library, reusing that within our game detail is actually pretty simple. So our format rating lives in that util formatters, which is here in that store util formatters where we have that format rating. And so similar as we did in the app.tsx file, if we scroll up again, we import that format rating, and then further below here, we actually use that format rating to properly format the rating on the UI. And so in this very same way, we can go to our, now that we have our React store application generated in our NX workspace, let's create something a bit more meaningful so that we get a better feel of what it is like to work in an NX workspace. So first of all, let's run our store app and let's serve it in our browser. And so in the browser, if you go to localhost 4200, we get the default page that has been generated for us. So there are a couple of nice links here. Since we specified to use the React router, we even got an example page generated. So we have a routing page already set up for us. But let's clean this up a bit and create our own UI. So to do so, let's open up the app here and we go to source app and the app.tsx component. And let's remove here all those header parts. We also remove the route for now. We don't need that logo SVG, so we can even remove that here as well as the star. Remove those imports and print out just a message. So if we save this, the dev server is still running in the background, recompiling the app and serving it again. So if we switch over to the browser, we see that we get the updated message. So we want to build kind of a store app for board games. And so as a first step, we need some API where to fetch the data. So for now, we don't implement a real API, but rather we just create here a folder, fake API. So now that we have a Remix app here hosted in the apps folder, let's actually add a library in here, which we can then consume from our Remix app. And so to get started, let me just create here a new package. Let's call it shared UI for potentially hosting our shared UI component. Now we could actually use NX to issue commands against our PNPM workspace packages. So rather than running something like PNPM -filter shared UI build, NX uses a syntax which is the following. So it is always NX, then the target that we want to run. So in this case, build, for instance, and then the project that we want to run. Or alternatively, we could also use NX run and then project : target. So this is really what you prefer. Usually this is the easier syntax. So to test this out, we could just run nx, and I just prefix it here with npx or pnpx to just reference the local package that lives here in that node modules folder. I could also install it globally, but I use here npx, nx, and then we want to run the build for the shared UI, for instance. And you could see how it runs that build. Similarly, that would work for the My Remix app. So you can see nx already figures out where those packages are, where the specific build command is located by looking at the package.json scripts. And so it then runs exactly those scripts which are in here. We cannot just run single commands by using nx, let's say build, and then specifying the project, such as shared UI, but we can also run a command against multiple projects or all projects in the workspace. So similar to the pnpm run-r build, which would run the build command on all projects, the equivalent in nx would be to use the run many. So we would write something like nx run many, then we give it a target, which in this case is build, or could also be test, depending on what you want to run. And if we don't provide any parameter, it would just run the build for all the projects. So now that we have our pnpm workspace set up in that pnpm workspace YAML file, we actually want to have something hosted in that workspace. And so the first step, what I want to do is I want to add a Remix application into that apps folder. So as a first step, let's go to the remix.run website and let's find out how to install and set up Remix. So the first command that we see here already is we can run npx create remix at latest. And so this should set up Remix for us. So let's have a look. Now what we want to do is we want to have that app created in the apps folder. So what I'm going to do here is I cd into that apps folder and then I paste in the command. I might also want to use the pnpx, which is the pnpm equivalent for npx, and then just run the command. So here Remix asks where to install the application. I want to have it inside the apps folder into My Remix app, so that's fine. I just want to have the basics for our example, and also the Remix app server is perfectly fine for this demo, but obviously feel free to choose whatever suits best your needs. Again, we want to have TypeScript. Do we want to run pnpm install? Sure. All right, so let's see what we got created here. So we have actually a Remix app now living in our apps folder here. It is a fully fledged app created by the Remix setup procedure. You can see the node modules folder is also installed locally to that Remix app based on what that generated us. And there's also a fully functional package.json with all the dependencies that Remix needs to run. And there should also be some scripts, in fact, up here that we could run. So we could just here cd into My Remix app and just do a pnpm run dev to launch the Remix app locally. And so this then opens at localhost 3000. And so if we go here, localhost 3000, we see the Remix application running and serving. So far, this pnpm workspace hosts a single Remix application, which is located here in that apps folder and in the My Remix app folder. And what this application already has, it comes with some scripts that Remix sets up for you by default. Now to launch the Remix application, what we can obviously do is we can just cd into that apps folder, go to My Remix app, and then do something like pnpm run build, for instance, to build the application, or dev to serve it. But that's usually not what you want to do. You don't want to have to cd into every single application just to run it and serve it. So you can also do that at the global level from the root level perspective of this monorepo setup by using pnpm filter commands. And the syntax here is basically the following. So you run pnpm, then -- filter, you give it the package name, and then you give it a command. So let's have a look. In our case, the package name of the Remix app is determined by the name that is present in the package.json. Now, as of this recording, Remix doesn't generate any type of package name. So let's add one. And just to make things simple, let's call this My Remix app just the same way as our folder. And so now with this, we should be able to run the Remix build from the root level of the workspace by just issuing one of those filter commands. So we can run pnpm -- filter. Now we give it the name my remix app, just what we specified in the package.json. And then let's say we want to say build, and this should run the build of the remix app, which it does. We could also do dev, which would then run the remix app at localhost 3000. And so if we go there and refresh the page, we see the app serving there. So you can see how you can leverage those filter commands to target specific commands living inside the packages script section of the package.json. So now that we have a remix app here hosted in the apps folder, let's actually add a library in here, which we can then consume from our remix app. And so to get started, let me just create here a new package. Let's call it shared UI for potentially hosting our shared UI components. And let's create here package.json. Let's copy in here a couple of things. As a license, we could actually have MIT as our license. And so here we just have, this is a private package because we don't intend to publish this to any NPM registry. Its name is shared UI, same as the folder. It doesn't have any scripts yet, but we will add some and we can leave the rest out for now. Now, the next thing is we want to use actually a React library. That's what we want to create, and we want to use TypeScript for it. So I want to install those packages. Now, I can obviously just go in here and add them to the dependencies or dev dependencies. But we can also use the filter commands of pnpm to install them. So we can, from the root level of the workspace, run pnpm add --filter because we just want to use them or add them to that shared UI library. And so I type here, I want to have React as a dependency added to that library in my pnpm workspace. And so you can see now we have that in our package.json. And similarly, I want to have TypeScript, but as a dev dependency. And so now I have both set up. I have React and I have TypeScript. Now to get started, let's actually add here a React component. Let me paste in just some code for potential button component, which we are adding to our library here. And potentially we might also want to have something like an index.tsx file, which is kind of the entry point. And here we export all of the public parts that can be consumed by other parts within our monorepo. So in this case, the button is definitely something I would want to export. So I do export star from my button here, such that other parts and pieces of my monorepo, in this case, the React remix application at the very top, can actually import this and use that button in its application. But there could totally be private pieces to that shared UI library, which you wouldn't expose in that moment via that TSX file. So in order for this library to be able to be used by other parts of the monorepo, we also want to compile it. Now, to keep things simple, I'm just using plain TypeScript compilation here. And we could obviously use something like esbuild or swc or even zap for compiling our TypeScript setup here. But I'm going for a bare bones TypeScript setup. So let's just create a tsconfig JSON here inside our shared UI, which I'm pasted in here, a couple of options. You can see I specified the out there to be a local dist folder. And so let's also make sure in the package.json to configure it accordingly, such that the main entry point here, which we don't have right now, but we should add here, points to dist index.js, because that's basically where our output will be compiled. Now, another thing we want to add here is how I actually can build this library. And so in this case, I would have a build command here that would probably delete my dist folder first, and then it would do something like tsc to compile the library based on the tsconfig that I'm having here. Now note, if you have Windows where you don't have an rm command, you can install something like rimraf, which is an npm package to do the same stuff. But I want to keep it simple, so you feel free to change that on your machine if you need to. And so now with this setup, again, from the very root of our monorepo workspace here, we can run something like pnpm --filter. The package would be shared UI in this case, and I want to run the build command. And so this now runs the rm/rf dist, so remove the dist folder if it exists, and then runs tsc to actually compile our button.js file in here. And so with this, our package is ready to be imported into our Remix app. So in this PNPM workspace, we now have a Remix application and we have a shared UI library, which is a very simple React type of library, exporting a button here over the index.ts file and compiling it with TypeScript. So in order to be able to use it in our Remix app, we can install it directly into that application. The easiest way to do so is to use a PNPM command directly. So we can run PNPM add shared UI. We can again use the filter command to target the My Remix app, which is where we want to install it. And we can use a --workspace flag to make sure that this package that is being installed shouldn't be searched from some public registry such as npm, but it should rather be fetched out of the local workspace. And so once we install this, what happens is that in the Remix application in the package JSON, we get a new entry, which is called here shared UI workspace star. And so this workspace in front is kind of a protocol to signal to PNPM that this is shared UI library is something that should be installed from the local workspace. So meaning from our packages or folders that we configured in our PNPM workspace here. So now that we have installed our shared UI package here, we can actually go into the routes of Remix. And let's actually remove everything that is in here, which is just the default generated code. And let's return here, let's say a div, which uses one of our buttons that the shared UI library exports. So in this case, first of all, let's import a button, which comes from the shared UI library. And so now down here, we can actually go ahead and use that button. Let's add here an on-click handler just for the fun of it. And let's just console log out whatever gets passed. So in this case, we just console out here. So as you can see, a very simple import from our shared UI library. We use the button, we use that on-click handler that we added on our button component. We have here a click me, so it should work. Now we can again, from the root of the workspace, issue a PNPM filter command. In this case, targeting my Remix app, passing the def as the command. So we want to launch it in the local browser. So what you get here actually is now an error. And I intentionally let this happen just to show you why this is the case. So the error tells us that in that My Remix app node modules, where we reference basically that shared UI package, it cannot find the index.ts. And the problem is that we didn't build that first. So if we go here in the node modules folder, we can see the shared UI, but this is nothing than a symlink to our local package, which lives here in that packages folder shared UI. And actually we don't have the dist folder because we didn't build that package first. So let's do that. PNPM -filter shared UI build. So this now creates that dist folder. And now again, we can run the Remix app. So now it serves properly. We don't get any errors. Let's refresh here the Remix app. We see the click me here. So let's open up the dev tools. And if we click, we can see it properly logs out the click handler. So with this, we basically conclude that part where we import a button, so a component from a shared UI library here. And this actually looks as if it was a public package, but it totally isn't because it just references over that package JSON here, a local package that lives down here. So we could reuse that functionality within that workspace, within that monorepo, without having to first publish this, version it, and then again install it into our specific application. So we have this Remix app in our apps folder and that shared UI React library in our packages folder within our PNPM workspace. Now we can obviously target the single packages directly using the PNPM filter. Let's say like shared UI. Let's say we want to run the build here. So we just run shared UI build, and this would then build our shared UI package. But sometimes we might want to run commands across all the applications and just target, let's say, all the build commands and build all. So as our PNPM workspace grows, we might want to optimize some of the things that we do with it. For instance, running PNPM let's say run -r build, every time we push a new change to our repository, so every time we run a PR, might not be feasible anymore, simply because it takes so long on our CI system, it will be overwhelming. So we might want to optimize some of the things in here and leverage things like caching or abilities to only run packages that got changed between the different PRs. And one way to do that is by using NX. NX is a modern, fast, extensible build system that basically can sit on top of your existing PnPM workspace and do nothing else than providing you things like caching support, things like figuring out what changed and only running commands against that, and in general, running tasks in a very efficient manner. So let's see how we can actually set up NX on top of our PnPM workspace. So for now, all that we need to do is run PnPM add. We need to add the NX package. We want to have it as a dev dependency because we don't really need it at runtime when we deploy our application or libraries. And we want to install it at the workspace level, so at the very root level, package.json. And so once NX is installed, we can see now in the package.json at the root level, we got a new dev dependency. And so with that, we are already set up. Now we could actually use NX to issue commands against our PnPM workspace packages. So rather than running something like PnPM-filter shared UI build, NX uses a syntax which is the following. So it is always NX, then the target that we want to run. So in this case, build, for instance, and then the project that we want to run. Or alternatively, we could also use NX run and then project : target. So one of the great strengths of NX is its ability to cache your computation. So to cache your build, test, lint runs, whatever you configure. And so for instance, right now, if we run something like NX build shared UI, it would run the build. If we run it again, it still runs the computation again, even though we didn't change anything in our project. And so this is obviously a waste of computation resources and also a waste of energy if you want. So in order to get caching going, let's create a small nx.json file and specify what operations we want to cache. Now we can just create an nx.json file manually, or we can run the nx init command, which will automatically create such an nx.json file for us. And what you can see here, it just adds the bare minimum. So it adds the task runner options, which is the default one. And then it has a cacheable operations. And by default, this cacheable operations is empty because it's very specific to your workspace. Now, one could argue that probably build and test and lint are some of the most commonly used commands. And so most of the time, those would be a good fit. But for instance, if we go to our My Remix app, package.json, there is a dev command. And we probably don't want to cache the dev command because that's just hitting and serving up the local development server of Remix. So in our case, build would be the best fit. Let's add build, which is the one that all of the projects have and the one that we want to actually cache. Now, having configured that, let's try again and run the build command for shared UI. And obviously the first time it would run, but at this point we would have it cached. And so if we rerun, it would be immediate. And in fact, you can see now it took just 8 milliseconds to run it. And there's also a small note down here which mentions that NX read the output from the cache for the 1 out of 1 tasks. And obviously this works also with the run many command. So if you run again the command for all the projects in our workspace, now in this case what we would see is that 1 would be cached, which is our shared UI, because we had that just executed just a second ago. But the remix command we didn't run yet, so this one would be executed automatically. And again, the note down here mentions that 1 out of the 2 tasks that have been executed has been pulled out of the cache. Also, if you rerun this, now both of them would be pulled out of the cache, and you can see that clearly in the speed of the execution. So when we restore the cache, NX has already some baked-in defaults. So for instance, if we run the build on all the projects, which would then feed our cache, we see that this folder gets produced. But if we delete this dist folder and rerun the build again, also that this folder would automatically be restored with its files, not just the console log output. And this is due to the fact that NX has some defaults such as like dist, which can be at the package level or at the root level, which it would automatically capture as potential output locations and therefore include in the cache. Now assume, however, that we have some very custom setup, and instead of dist, we have something like custom dist where we output our files. Now let's again remove that dist folder here. And now if we run again the build, it would execute because we did change the tsconfig, and so the cache got invalidated and it will be run again. Now let's remove the dist folder again, or now actually the custom dist folder, which got produced. Let's run the operation of the build again, which now is cached, so both tasks get read from the cache. But as you can see, the dist folder, or better, the custom dist folder in our case, didn't get recreated. And that's because NX doesn't know about that location, and so it didn't include it into the cache itself. Now, obviously, as you can imagine, we can configure that. So if you have a project JSON here, which NX has for configuring the projects, then you can change it in there. But you can also just go into the package JSON and add a node here, which is called NX. And what we want to configure here is the various targets. So in our case, we have the build target. And so we would just create an entry here, build, and we would specify the outputs directory using the outputs property, which is an array of potential output locations. So in this case, all we want to specify here is custom dist. And so with that, we give NX some meta information of this custom output directory, which it should also include in the build. So let's run the build again. It creates obviously our custom dist. Let's remove the custom dist. Let's rerun the build, which now would pull it out of the cache. And so now you can see it actually got created properly and pulled out of the cache as we would expect. Now this is just one way of configuring this. If, for instance, this is the default location for all of your projects, you don't have to configure it for every single project, but you can actually go into the NX.json and add something that is called target defaults. And this target defaults property is actually really handy. Let's assume we want to express that for all of our projects, we want to have the output for the build in a custom dist directory folder. And so rather than going into the individual package.json files, we can at the global level here define entry for that build target. And we can say the outputs property and specify that it should be relative to the project root of every package and should go into such a folder that is called custom dist, just as we had before. Now, an alternative to the project root would be workspace root. So we could totally also say that it should be at the workspace root instead. So let's run the build again for all of our projects. Now let's remove the custom dist folder to make sure that it is being recreated. And now if we run again, you can see it gets pulled out of the cache, and also the custom dist folder gets restored from the cache. So you can see how specifying this at the workspace level can have the same effect, but it obviously helps reduce a lot of the configuration overhead. So in this PnPM workspace, our Remix application in the package.json imports our shared UI. And so this is basically nothing else than a symlink that points to our shared UI package, which in turn in its main property here specifies that there's a dist/index.js file that can be run, which will export the compiled output of our button component. Now, the thing is, if we didn't build shared UI first and we do something like npx nx dev my remix app, we will run into an error. So let's go to localhost 3000 to run our remix app. And so you can see we get an error where it says it cannot find that dist folder because we didn't build the application. So basically every time we run our remix app, we need to make sure that we build shared UI first to make this work. Now, this is a so-called build dependency or task dependency, and we can tell NX to automatically do that for us. So we can go into the NX.json and make sure that in the target defaults, we have such a build target specified, and we can add here a new property that is called depends on, where we say that all builds depend on the build of the child project or dependent projects. So meaning that whenever we run a build on, let's say, the Remix app, By using this sign in front here, it will also first trigger the build on its dependent projects. And so we need to define this for the build, so whenever we build the Remix app, but also for the dev command of the Remix app. So let's just add a new entry here, a new target, and we can just copy this over, such that whenever we run the dev command, it would first run the build on its dependent projects. And so now if we again run npx annex dev my Remix app, you can see it runs first the target of the shared UI and then serves the project. And so if we go now to localhost 3000 and refresh, we can see the application properly works. This is actually a very powerful way of defining such task dependencies, because we just need to define the dependencies among the tasks, such as here between the build commands or here the dev and build command. But NX itself figures out what the actual dependency on the project level is. Now, you can also not just trigger child dependencies, so tasks on child dependencies, but you can also, for instance, have a pre-build command that you need to run on the project itself whenever it is being built. And so you could just introduce here something like pre-build without the head sign in front, so without this sign here. And this would mean that when we run something like build on the Remix app, it would first try to run the pre-build script on the Remix app and then go ahead with the build command. So this is very handy for doing some pre-processing, specifically also when publishing projects.
Okay. I think that's what the hell I was looking for. Oh man. That looks awful. You can't see shit, huh? Wow. That's really dark. Man. I gotta specifically move this. Nope. Way too freaking dark. Dang. Didn't realize how dark that was. That's a lot better. Right, so this is what I was looking for. Alright. According to him, what I need to do is I need to commit some of this stuff before I break it again. So we need to run for dev. We need to first run build. So then we would say depends on we would say that. And I suppose we would do exactly what he did. would fail. A run server undefined, run dev server, running target dev, and one task it depends on, runs build, and then this still complains. Its source server dist. Okay, so this correctly did run this. So that change actually worked. Now, why it's complaining about this? It would overrate you. Well, we exclude stuff in there. Yeah, except that I would rather not have this. And then you go back to the other one, and the other one's broken. Of course it is. It's like cleaning up shit. Clean up part of it, and then it gets smeared everywhere. Not find any pages or apps. You couldn't, you piece of shit. Really, you can't find an app directory. Create it under the project root. Is that? Huh. The next config.js has disappeared. I must have accidentally deleted it. I was doing this shit. I don't even remember what was in that file. See, I knew I should have committed it. It's just like really old diff. Like 1 o'clock today. Right. Oops. Yes. This thing somehow got deleted. I really was trying not to delete it this entire time, but I finally managed to fucking delete it. Or something did. Whatever. Only way to have that not be a JS file, but hmm. I don't even remember the option that I was trying to set here. Yeah, I was trying to use it probably for No way. I'm sure it's still somehow broken, but it looks okay. Source client nix config .ts not found. Hmm? Hmm. Yeah, error. Stupid error. Okay, so I can run this. That seems to run. This. 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 Okay, so I think now it's time to commit this fucking crap, finally. Jesus Christ. Let's figure out which damn emoji I'm gonna use for this. Now I'm gonna break this up because all of this shit has to. Wait. Ah, source app was deleted. Right. Client. Then we'll do. Yeah. And we'll get renamed. And we have one new file. And this gets a truck. Move or rename resources. Um, well, now it's client and it's not app. That's now inconsistent. It's impossible to be consistent. Okay, then we have I think I'll add the server stuff next. Okay, architectural changes. They I could say introduce new features. The infrastructure changes. They begin a project. Actually, I think that's what I'll do. Makes the most sense because server is a separate project. Now it all builds. What's the point of this shit? And we'll do actually this would be proj. Server lives inside proj. It doesn't keep backticks. Forgot about that. I think I'm getting faster at Astrid Dvorak. And then we have EMP lock. Well, for this, I actually want to finally write this clean command. Now, where the do I add this clean command? Probably in here. Probably just add. No, not this one. I haven't figured out what automatically adds these things. Must be some. Yeah, I don't know. source client, source server, node modules. I don't know about this, but whatever. Then when I say nx clean, so if the lock file changed, it considers it an error. Okay. Maybe then I shouldn't do that. Install the following. Okay. I've been meaning to add this clean command for like 3 weeks now. I was gonna say days, but it's been way longer than that. This is taking a little bit. "45 seconds, eh?" And that was without downloading anything. It was just a resolve step. Now let's check. Oops. It created that. And you ready for this? I am sure the build will be broken. And so somehow this will fail. Okay. I am not correct. Okay. Never mind. I also want to add another alias to this because I keep typing it. So this has this alias, this has that alias. And then let's alphabetize this. I like that little alphabetizing utility. It's so okay, so I added the clean command. env files. There was something in here about oops. Really? Like I know there's stuff in here about environment. Why are you lying to me? Seriously? Oh shit. Construction worker. Add or update CI build system. I don't know if the does NX count as CI build system. Big CI build. I don't know if that counts. Maybe. Maybe I should have been using that. Whatever. So is it infrastructure? Is it infrastructure related changes? It's an environment file. I don't think I've ever used snapshots. Is it an architectural change? Probably not accessibility. You can always say it's a configuration file. Add or update secrets. Well, they're not secrets. Produce new features. I mean, nah. Maybe their repo has some issue about this. Hmm. Yeah, I don't see it. Oops. Damn it. Yeah, I don't see any explanation. Let's say refactor. It's probably just French. Um, deleted this. Except that it wasn't actually deleted, but was moved. I think it was SRC client. Yes. Okay. Serious fighting going on. Um, in project, I think I'm gonna do add git add dash e. Split that. Okay, now I split it into 5. Stage this hunk. No. Stage this hunk. No. You split this. Damn. Cannot split it. Stage this hunk. Yes. Stage this hunk. No. I feel like I'm doing stuff. So I added and when we get to the point, which emoji is it for this? Well, I know. We'll soon be back to the other way pretty soon. Alias for user experience. I could say technologists improve developer experience. Add alias for actually. Okay, what would clean an npm be? Like update dependency? I think I'm gonna be up for like this is gonna be a pretty fucking long stream because I drank like 3 of these, so I don't know, maybe not. I should do write code drunkenly. For me, caffeine is basically drunkenly. um, what is Yeah, well, where's like lean project? Where the hell is 8 hours? Holy shit. That's quite a while. And still nobody joined. Impressive. Wonder if it already has split these because the internet went down. Um, yeah, holy shit. The upload fucking counts. Son of a bitch. It looks like I am out of internet then. God damn it. And no uploads would count. But only downloads counted. So I guess I won't be streaming for that much longer. It's always something that when I'm having a good time. Yeah, I don't know what to say about this. Just upgrade dependency. So like arrow up. Just saw it. Say that for this. Um, I mean, that's basically what it does. And we can say what it did. I wonder how I can record when I don't have internet and then upload it when I do. Probably possible. That really sucks. I wonder if it's even possible to upload with it like throttles it to 1 megabit. Maybe it's possible, I don't know. If I just like lower the bit rate a little bit. Maybe I'll lower the bit rate a little bit. I won't take up so much fucking bandwidth. Where was that? How about instead of 6,000, the 4,000 was the recommended or something? I don't remember exactly. That'll be like a little grainier if it ever gets applied. Whatever. Yeah. Uploads also count. arrow up. Um, clean and npm install. Okay. And we just have these two. Now one was rename app to client. Ah, um, just rename app to why did they remove title? Yeah, I guess. Say add clean command. I didn't remember. Oh, I guess I didn't want to split that. We'll say the only thing that's left is this. There's also project low range. Or maybe it's a remove code. Actually, all right, now I can. I haven't pushed it in like so long. Oh my god. Does it show up in here? This should show up differently. What is this? Oh, okay. It's just the issue that I created. Customize my pins. I just want to be able to see this. Ah, shit. Oops. That's cool. I wanted to see what it would do for that. Man, like really disappointing. Applying that setting did absolutely nothing in the middle of his stream. Like, why do you allow me to change this if you won't actually change the bit rate? Yeah, that's dumb. So that doesn't work. Obviously, nobody bothered to test that either. I just shipped sprints. Fuck. Managers don't know what the fuck they're doing in this bullshit. Alright, well, I think that's it for today. That was like way too many hours. And like, again, nobody tuned in. It's okay. See you guys later.